Okay, we're about to kick off. We're about to kick off. Back onto the flat packs. I'm really loving how this is starting to come up actually. Super happy with this at the moment. So basically just a quick overview. We've got the little railway system which isn't anywhere near complete at the moment, but it's just a temporary setup. Coming in the back to get some alignment. I've been playing around with a little bit of possible shape here, but I may take this out completely and actually just do it square at the moment, because I don't think it's industrial looking enough for this area of the map. And then the Foundry, which I'm building up at the moment and doing the blueprints of. So basically we're going to have basic plan is that we've got 3-4 foundries here going to be operational. So we're going to basically have this one here for iron. We're going to have one for copper, one for caterium and limestone, and then one for steel. So that is not necessarily where I've pointed, but in basic terms, that's where they're going to be. Meantime, we're working on the Foundry number 1, and we'll see how that goes. And then we're going to have we've got a big logistics floor underneath, which basically everything, all the mines are going to be plugged in effectively and coming through and underneath. They will then feed up into these machines. These machines will feed back down, but with the ingots. The ingots then are going to be fed onto lines here, and they're all going to then come out this way and then disappear into the floor underneath here somewhere, and I've got to work out from there how they get to the railway. So that's a work in progress. But we'll see what happens. See what happens. One thing at a time. Meantime, we keep chipping away with it, and yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Basically, it is pretty cool though in terms of it's come up better than I was expecting, and I'm pretty pleased with it so far. So you can see how that's going to go, and then eventually there'll be like holes in the floor here with lifts coming up to a merger on here for feeding all this stuff in as and when it needs to. That is the goal. That is the goal. But yeah. So we'll crack on. So we've got quite a few of these to do. I'm trying to sort of work out and the thing is with these as well, they're also highly adaptable in terms of we can expand them if we need to, and not even just on the end of a building, but I mean there's plenty of room here to put in another one over here if we need to, or another one over here, etc. So we have got room to play in basic terms, which is what I wanted, particularly for the Foundry area, because there's going to be a lot of ore being processed here, a lot of ore being processed. But these blueprints have come together really well. Very happy with them. Now, I've been using references from foundries around the world, and trying to make it as realistic as I can. It's within the limitations of Satisfactory. Trying to get a gutter made was one of the hardest, but I did manage to sort of get a gutter made from a distance. And I've even got a downpipe somewhere as well, but it's a bit oversized. That's the only problem. But then again, for a factory this size, you probably need big downpipes. So there you go. So there'll be one of those at each end. It's not perfect, but it sort of does a trick. Bit of fun. Just got to finish off this end as well at some point, but I just want to map out the basics of it. But the blueprints have come together very, very nicely. I'm liking the way it all just works so seamlessly, which is fantastic. It's around the wrong way. There we go. That's not sitting right. I wonder why. What's gone wrong there? It needs to go up. Up, 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 up. Oh, there we go. If anybody wants these blueprints, feel free to join my Discord, the Mad Otter, and I'm more than happy to share them basically. Right, this way. Oh, for goodness sake, push the wrong key and it disappears. It's around the wrong way. I don't know why it's doing that. Earlier it was just working perfectly. It was slotting in the right way. It was just going in. It was dead simple. And now it's giving me grief. There we go. But boy, what a difference. What a difference blueprints have made to this game over the years. Imagine setting all this up by hand. We used to. We used to. But we're pleased we don't have to. Okay. We'll link the cables across and then they will, all the lights will turn on. Yes, I've taken reference material off a load of photos of foundries from around the globe, some big foundries, and Basically built the design based around that. Obviously they don't have belts like this in the center and stuff, but what they do have is all the where the pour happens and stuff, and then they have the product going out. So it's kind of, this is pretty close to some of the stuff I've seen in the thing. They don't obviously have machines up here, but they do, the machines they have for pouring are up sort of more high, and then it comes down. So it kind of like is, it's a compromise, but it works quite well. Works quite well. Roof trusses took a little while to set up, but that was good fun. Just seamlessly all works, which is just glorious. Pretty pleased with the way the roof came up and the guttering. That was the hardest thing, trying to work out how to do some form of guttering that looked okay from a distance. I mean, it looks a bit, you can tell how I've done it there, you know, but it's it's not perfect. But hey, from a distance, it doesn't look too bad for a big industrial gutter. I mean, the amount of water you'd get pouring off this is huge. And I tell you what's really nice about this, now that there's rain in Satisfactory, and we've just missed it actually because the rain's just stopped, but when you're inside the building in here under the roof, it actually sounds like real rain on a tin roof. And it's very, very pleasing. So I've done mirror blueprints for both sides basically, so that took a bit of time. See, this one here is piecing together perfectly. Slots in. Don't know why the other one doesn't, it's quite weird. Then the only little bit of additional work I do is the framework. So I put in this, and I could have, if I'd set the blueprint up differently, I probably could have done it within the blueprint, but I don't mind a little bit of building work, do you know what I mean? It's sort of kind of still feels then like I'm actually doing something rather than just blueprinting the whole time. So we want to go, we want to do 2 rows of that here. Good. Come board 2. I can't wait to see this actually in operation. It's going to be very cool. That one's okay. Yep. You've got walkways up here. I've yet to sort out some stairs at the back in terms of this walkway is going to carry on through, and you're going to have some bits where you can go down to different levels. The main staircase is at the end. I've got that set up as a blueprint which I mirrored across here as well. So that's just one blueprint. You can see it over here actually. And that gives the main access. Then we've got mains control and light control under here. And then each of these lights are individually controlled. So these little ones in here I've got set up with the yellow lights, and the rest are going to be that sort of white. But yeah. Overall, very pleased. This is just the Foundry. So we're going to have some fun building the mega factory as well down the line. We need to go, I think, one more yet to there. Yep. We did the lights up here as well, so we need to go, where are they not connected? Where's the last light on there? So this, or is it this one? No, it'd be that one. Nope, must be another one here that I need to connect here. There we go. Boom. Into that one. Yep, that's right. Depending how the lighting goes, we might set up another series of lights up here. I really wish they'd do smaller versions of these wall lamps that were literally like about a quarter at the most of the size. I would love to have those up right at the top here on some of the beams, because these are just way too big, even for a huge factory like this. And it's something I'd really like to see, but I just don't know whether they're going to do that or not, unfortunately, which is a real shame. Now, at the moment, we have in production about 40,000. If you remember, we actually started building the railway to come around to collect sulfur. That was the original goal, and I got distracted. Well, I sort of got distracted. I basically, there's certain things have to be in place, and I knew that I had to map out this area in terms of what foundries were going to go in place so we could get the sulfur in the first place underneath. So that's been one of the sort of goals that I've been working on while I've been doing this, basically, is, yeah, it's just been working out that stuff. Um,
Helping meant leaving it. I have no use for blood. Interesting.
Nasty stuff. Blood is one of the most dangerous substances. Interesting. But yes. But anyway, yes. Yeah, so I think the 40,000 megawatts of power we've got currently, I get a feeling it's going to be enough for the foundries. And that's good because once those are done, at least we know then stuff from across the map is starting to get basically made into ingots and stuff. And then we can finish basically getting the railway network set up to bring everything in, or get it more, sort of more of it done initially, and then we can go back to the power station over the other side of the map on the Gold Coast, over here, where all our power is, and we can go back and change over the oil to rocket fuel, which then means we can get probably up to about 250,000 as a minimum, with a potential of 450,000 megawatts. And that means then we'll have enough power then to do the next part of the factory, because once the foundries are done here, we're then going to set up over here in this area the small component factory. I had wondered whether we should slot it in here actually, rather than doing it in the rocky desert, whether we could actually slot it in the edge and then keep this area here still for the main factory. But I just want to check out the width here. Before we actually start building the small factory, we will check out the width and do some dimensional things so I can see what it's going to look like. We've also got to tweak this blueprint for steel, because obviously it doesn't go into smelters, it goes into foundries. So that's all got to be done. Hello, Gumpy. Gumpi. I keep calling you Gumpy, I don't know why. Sorry, mate. Silly question. Is this creative mode for flight and building so you can build easier, or another reason to play like this? Yeah, so this particular map for the flat pack factory is in creative mode and fly mode. My other crazy map where I'm doing all the really organic plant factories, that is not in creative mode, and it's an absolute nightmare. Um, if you've been following those ones along, because it's very, very hard. This one would be slightly easier to do even in non-creative mode, but I do prefer it for building because I just like being able to fly around and actually, yeah, be able to sort stuff out a lot easier. It's not a silly question, by the way. There is no such thing as a silly question. I have an absolute abhorrence due to past work experiences of where people won't ask questions or don't want questions asked, and it drives me mad. I took on this job basically doing 3D CAD work for a precast concrete company, and I was there for 5 years in the end. And I was told in the first week of being there, if you ask a question, you're stupid. If you ask the question twice, you shouldn't be doing the job. And that was their attitude. And bear in mind, I'd gone in at about 45 years of age with no prior experience, hadn't used the software, hadn't done anything. And I ended up doing the same job as all the architects and engineers in the company for less pay because I was unqualified, and I was solving the same problems as them. It was absolutely ridiculous, but they just treated you like absolute muck. So I have, as a consequence of that, at the workplace, I pulled out of it after 5 years and pretty much vowed I'd never go back into one again. And I just have a absolute zero tolerance of people saying, don't ask questions, because that's how you learn. That's why kids go around saying, why is the sky blue and everything from a young age, because that's how you learn. It's like, if you don't ask questions, in my view, that's where the stupidity is. But anyway, that's my rant over for the day. So no silly questions, mate. Not in my book anyway. So that's about going to be this sort of roughly the end of the factory. We'll need a couple of little bits out here just for finishing off. I'm not sure. I'm trying to see how many I've got here actually. How much can be produced. This one I think is going to be for iron. Iron ingots. So we've got one. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 at the moment. So that's 30 because it's doubled up on either side. So we've got 30 and we're producing per blueprint 300 ingots. So it's 9,000 ingots a minute can be produced from this foundry. That's not too bad, is it? Oh well, that's crazy interesting. I kind of work in IT. I encourage people to ask questions. Yeah, good. Good on you, mate. Always ask questions. Are you still in the New Zealand construction industry? No. I work for a company called Master Spec. We work in the architecture and CAD space. Ever heard of it? No. I went in there. I mean, I'm an artist. I've been an artist all my life, and I messed around on Blender, and the general manager of the company saw my Blender work and was like, "Oh, if you can do that, you can do our job. Will you come and give us a hand?" So I went in there originally part-time, and then it ended up being I was doing 35 hours a week basically, so it's pretty much full-time. I had Wednesday afternoons off to for mental space basically, which I insisted on. And then and I actually really enjoyed the work. I was using Revit. I learnt to use basically Revit software, and I actually really enjoyed it. But the office environment was horrendous. I mean, there was only 8 people in the office when I went in there, but to give you an idea, in the 4.5 years, we had 14 people leave. So it's primarily was because the two girls who were in the office, the main two girls, um, were basically had the GM wrapped around their finger, and nice as pie on the surface, but incredibly manipulative and psychologically. They'd play games basically just all day long, basically with people, and it just did my head in the end. Um, and they're about almost half my age, and I'm just like, sorry, I'm not. I've got too old and grumpy to be messed around with. Yeah, we do work for Revit, but we generate the specific for designs, specification for designs. Okay, yeah. So what we used to do is we'd get in for say like a project. Some of the projects I worked on was like Ravenscar Gallery and House in Christchurch, um, which is a mega crazy design. That was a real bizarre one. A Pookie Hot Pools in Methven. That was one of my own projects. And basically, what we would get in, we'd have in like 600 drawings or whatever from architects and engineers, and then we would model up all the precast, basically concrete side of it, and then all of that. So that would be modelled in 3D and then basically transferred to sheets, and then we'd do all the reinforcing off the engineer's specs for that, and then that would go back and forth because a lot of the time the engineers would say, "Oh, it needs 5 HD 16 bars in this concrete panel," and you'd be like, "Well, it doesn't fit in, mate. Your panel's only 150, thick or whatever, and you want 50 cover on the front and back basically, and yeah, it doesn't add up, and all that sort of thing." So it'd have to go back and forth a bit, but eventually it would all get sorted out, and then yeah, and that was it. So that was basically my job. So I was just a drafting person, really. I think was the official title, but it was quite sort of quite technical work, and I quite enjoyed it. Actually, I did. It's good for the brain. In fact, my wife came in this morning when she was looking at me starting to build this, and she goes, "Oh, it's almost like what you were doing in Revit," and I was like, "Yeah, it was a bit." Now I've missed a cable somewhere. There we go. But yeah, it's not. It's not. I would not ever say I would never work doing that sort of work again, because I would have. I mean, if the company came back to me or another company said, "Hey, would you work for us from home, basically, remotely, and just come into the office once a week or something to, tidy up or whatever, or discuss projects with us or whatever before you go off and do it, etc." I'd be like, "Yeah, okay, I would do it." But I'd never work back in that sort of office environment full time, just because of the experience I've had. I mean, my lawyer in Christchurch wanted to take them to court. It was that bad. And my doctor basically said, no, I wouldn't survive another 18 months of going through the stress, basically. So, unfortunately, they got away with it, which is often the case. So I've got to work out how to finish this off at the end. I might just put a couple more blue beams sort of up at the end here, just to sort of tidy it off at the ends. I think that's going to be the easiest way around it. Let's have a little look. Something like that. Need a hard hat on, banging my head on the girders. Don't know quite what's happened there. It should be going halfway, not come back down the other way. Oh, next one across. There. Just have to overlap it a little bit. Ah, that's why. That's why it didn't go down to the ground. Try that. Okay. And then one more goes that way. It's not going to do it, is it, for me? It's not going to be nice. There we go. Sometimes you just got to fiddle with it a little bit and it will work out. Okay, let's do some couple additional beams just so it looks like it's a bit more supported than it is. Like that. I think that will work quite nicely. That'll be all right. We'll put another stairwell at this end to come off here. Now, I'm not sure which one it will be. It might be this one. So let's have a go. Yeah, it looks like it is. Hopefully that back end one will work as well when we get in to put the catwalk along there. Yeah. That all ties up. Nice. It's quite cool. I've never built a normal factory before. It's actually quite nice. Quite like the sort of repetition of it, actually. Have I cocked up again down here? Yeah, I have. But there we go. Missed. Although I really like doing my organic builds, there's definitely a pleasing sort of thing about the repetition and the sort of like the sort of realism that you can achieve. That's weird. Ooh, that was weird. It had a life of its own then. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Even things like this, the window and the shadow lights, shadows you get, from it, from the sunlight coming through the windows, and that it's so cool, very realistic. Love it. All right, which girders did I put in? Top ones, that one and that one. Okay, let's. What happened there? Why is that? Interesting. Did we? What have we done here? Ah, it's because this is the. No, that's weird. That's odd. This blueprint must be wrong. Yeah, interesting. Okay, that blueprint is wrong. When it's in the repetition, of course, you don't notice it. It's only when it's got to the end. That's all right though. That one was easy enough. I thought that's what I'd done with all of them, was put the little 1 meter ones on the end just to give us enough space if we needed to change stuff, but obviously not. That one I did as well. I knew I'd done it on some of them. Obviously you just missed a couple and not done it correctly. Never mind. We will survive the experience. Okay, long way to go. Right, now we need the other stairs that are mirrored. Is that the right blueprint? Yeah. That's the one. As I say, we'll work out the gantry at the back and do all that individually. I'm not going to do that in blueprint form. That's going to be... I'll do that as one of my little projects on the side. So if everybody has just joined, we're basically setting up foundries here in the desert. So we got iron foundry here. There's going to be a copper one, a one for Caterium and probably sulfur, and then one for iron, no, steel, sorry. Which is which yet, I don't know. I've got to work that out. And then all these goods basically will come out, and some of them will be underneath, some will be on top. The ingots mainly will be obviously all on top. All the incoming stuff will be underneath on the logistics floor. And then we're going to bring it all out along here, and then it's all going to disappear and go out to the railway station out there, which eventually, a number of stations, there's going to be more. And then eventually that will head out to the railway station. Will take them around to either here or here, I'm not sure yet which, where we're going to have a mini large factory, which is going to do all the small components, and then we're going to do the mega factory here, basically. That's the goal. We'll see what happens. Foundries are first, so and power supply, of course, which we've been working on. We've got a big power supply over at the Gold Coast area. At the moment, it's producing about 40,000 megawatts, which is enough to do the foundries. And then we'll, once we get the sulfur out from this area and other areas, we'll turn it into rocket fuel, and then we'll amp it up the power to about 250,000 for the mega factory. See how it goes. Right, meanwhile, lighting and girders. Got to put more of those girder things in and get the lighting done. I've been doing something wrong here. You got 1 plus 3/4 on either side. This one was wrong. That's the wrong one wrong. Thought there was something not quite right. Should have gone there. Then you've got the 1, then the 3/4. That should go there. 1, and then the 3/4. That should go there. Got the 1 3/4. Should go there. There. And there. I'll link those together and that'll give us a bit more light in there now. There we go. Cool. Hello, Mac. Welcome on board, mate. Nice to see you again. Once all these foundries are done, mate, I'll try and get you in on the map and you can come and have a proper nose then at your own time, you know, while I'm doing other things. Oh, is that one? Yeah. I think I've put 1, 2. Did I put 1 too many in there? No, that one's meant to be there, I think. Yeah. Yeah, no, it stopped at the time. That's the one. After a while, you can start going stair crazy when you've stuck in amongst the girders. Or the other thing I could do, thank you, it looks very nice. Thank you, mate. The other thing I could do, of course, if you can't get in, if it's too difficult for you, then I'll just give you a copy of the save and you can try and load it in and have a wander around there in your own time. Either way. It'd be quite cool to have you on the map and let you have a look around while I'm working. I'm just really pleased it's come up as sort of as realistic as I can get it, really. You know, it's something I was worried about in terms of having done all the organic and crazy stuff for so long. Um, was, you know, okay, I want to make a real proper factory for the first time, which is ironically just very funny in itself, really, for Satisfactory as a game. You know, 6,000 hours and I've never built a proper flat factory. Um, I've always done nutty builds, so it's kind of like it's actually really nice to get in here and actually do something that is realistic. But I just wasn't sure because I've seen so many people doing just builds on flat platforms and not necessarily making them look like real factories. They always look really sort of Lego-ish or Minecraft-ish. And I really wanted to get beyond that and still do something artistic. And I've used loads of reference photos from foundries around the globe and stuff, and so far I'm really pleased with the results. It's heading in the right direction. Still got quite a bit of work to do, but it's getting there. Very reminiscent of a locomotive and very large machinery erecting bay I frequented often. Just needs a trolley crane spanning the centre. Ah, yes. Well, that was one of the things in the that was one of the things in the pictures I've got as reference. There is a large yellow crane coming across the middle, and that is going to be put in. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet or how it's going to end up looking, but that's the goal. That's one of my projects I want to do. Yeah, is definitely put in a crane. I've just got to work out how I want to sort of make it. I've got to go back to the reference pictures for that. So you're not wrong, mate. You're not wrong. Yeah. Well, here we go. And I'll have to build it in situ, I think, unless I do it in two halves, because the biggest blueprint is 6 wide, which is basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the middle, you see. So we could possibly build it in two halves. You've built scale models of them yourself. Yeah, I bet. I was going to say, because it's very up your street in terms of the dioramas. Yeah. As much as I'm really anti in so many different levels industry, because of what it's done to the planet and people. Um, the other side of it is to actually build models of it and stuff is actually super fun. I think this is going to work out, which is good. One, two. Yeah, if you just stick in Google Foundry cranes, they usually come up. I was doing quite a bit of research over the last couple of days on bits and bobs. There was a few little things I didn't like in the build, like here, I didn't manage to twist the rafters to the same angle. You can't actually get them at the same angle, which is really frustrating. So when you turn them, they go too much or too little. They don't go at the 5 degrees or whatever the angle is on the slope of the roof. So that was a frustration. So I ended up just putting them straight, and then I've created at certain points little buffers like pads, wedges sort of type thing that they have in reality that they sit on. And I've just created those basically where it's all tied to. But that was a bit of a satisfactory compromise. We are limited by the game basically, but yeah, it still looks pretty neat though. I think when it's all operational, it's going to be great fun. Right, I think that's all in place. The other thing I'm going to do at some point as well, which at some points through here, and I don't know where yet because I'm going to have to wait and see how everything works. But I did a little. I should do it as a blueprint actually. I don't know whether it'll let me though. It'll let me do certain part of it, but not all of it. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I did this on one build years ago, probably about 2.5, 3 years ago. And it looked really, really cool. So I set up a little it was kind of like basically like this. This is what I did. Oh no, it needed to come in, sorry. So this was, yeah, something I did quite a while ago now, a few years ago, 2.5 years ago or so. Now I don't think, like, it was basically like a palette, and I don't think I can do it in a blueprint form, but what you do, you position yourself correctly, and it takes a lot of patience, and you drop certain items that stack. So like concrete's one of them that stacks, ingots is another. So let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to just separate them up a little bit here. So there's one stack. Now if I do it again, it used to go on top. I wonder if they've changed the game mechanic. Hang on. Where's that going? It's going somewhere, but I don't know where. Oh, it's gone back into there. Okay, I need to move a little bit further. There we go. And if you've got patience, you can actually set up like a pallet full of goods and get the spacings right. It takes a little bit of working. And you can literally, I had stacks of ingots all stacked around and stacks of concrete. And it looked really, really cool. It looked like it was part of the thing. And the fact that I could put this on a blueprint now, what I'm going to do, I just want to try and save this and just put, I don't know how to spell pallet. How do you spell pallet? It's P-A, is it like that? I think it's like that, isn't it? Now, let me see if it actually keeps the concrete on there or not. No, it doesn't. Okay, so they would have to individually be done. But it's a cool little sort of feature that makes things look a little bit realistic. Based on the building size and span, a Whiting 20 to 50 ton model would fit nicely. Google Highland Machinery, they are a reseller of them and other large industrials with lots of pictures. Cool. Regarding stacking loose items, I saw a trick for using barriers and actually could stack them at any angle. Yeah, you can, and that's the thing. It's super cool if you can just get it sorted. There's a method to it basically, and you just got to go through it and work it out. But yeah, good fun. But I shall use that probably here somewhere. There's going to be stacks of ingots, and it might just be in the side here, like there might just be a pallet sitting here, sort of thing, basically. Where's it gone? Default, thank you. So I might just have like a pallet sticking here full of ingots or something, and another one sort of over here or something, just in random places, just to add a bit of realism. And the other things you can do is like you can just dump down a if I've got some, yep. You just dump stuff like this and a few coils of, just place them around and stuff. You got to get the placements right, but you can just do stuff like that and it makes it look more like it's a real thing. But I'll do all that afterwards. Just to add to the fun. Right, now where were we anyway? So we might as well start sticking these fellas in. Nope. Hello? Why is that? Thank you. Suddenly having a little moment on me, it is. Is it actually raining? It is. I don't know whether you can hear that, but it sounds like rain on a tin roof. It's pretty cool when you're inside the factory. I've got headphones on, so it's very clear. Would be neat if you could get Muted Modeler to build something inside that looks like it's under construction, some huge piece of machinery, welded art, or yes, yeah, yeah. There's probably room space to do that at some point, because all this stuff here is going to go underground. So basically, once this comes down to here, because that's not meant to be here, that was a setting up thing. Um, so once this comes to here, we basically it's all going to start to be lost underground. Doesn't like that sometimes, does it? So we're going to end up having logistics there. Probably around there. We will need to leave some space for walking. So that's going to end up going like that basically. They're going to be disappearing underground, and then that will all be taken down and underneath and out of sight somewhere around here, and all then offloaded into the stations. This station here is purely for sulfur, but the rest are going to be just random. Anything can go anywhere. So probably I'll probably possibly have one for iron, one for copper, and then one for steel, and then maybe one joint one for everything else, basically all the random stuff that comes in. And that will probably just be constantly filling up basically pretty quickly. But I was wondering whether we could do either this end or the other end. We could probably have room for some piece of machinery looking sort of thing being constructed. I might do something very industrial. I noticed a lot of the foundries have these big openings actually at the ends. They're not all closed off necessarily, and I'm quite actually happy with that. I quite like this idea of having an opening so you can sort of see in. So we'll see how that goes, but that's the rough plan. The speed at which you're You've progressed on this building is amazing. At my best, it would take me 6 months and still nowhere near as far along as you are. It's the joy of blueprints, mate. Seriously, I mean this here, beautiful blueprint, and I've got to adapt it with foundries in as well for the steel production. But yeah, super pleased. Oh, doodaloo, doodaloo, no, come on. There we go. I wasn't expecting it to look quite as good as it is, to be honest. Right, so that's the front line done. Yeah, it should be fun though. Don't ever ask me to undo all this though. I spent pretty much a day getting the blueprints done for the main build. So I got these blueprints done, did the mirror of it for that side, and then did the like steel girders. The roof is in 3 parts effectively, the blueprint for that. So you've got that part there, which I then mirrored across, and then the centerpiece. And they slot together just beautifully. I love how they slot together, just absolutely seamless. So it went really well, to be honest. Had a few crashes though while I was doing it, I must admit, as you said on email. There's been a few bugs, and some parts haven't been able to delete and stuff when I've gone to delete stuff, and I've had to log out and come back in and all that sort of nonsense. But it's to be expected till they iron out all the problems. Just send the crash reports off and let their brainy people do their job. Honestly, it's truly an industrial filter, this coming from a 40-year-old industrial rodent. If you can capture that sense of industry, it's not sci-fi and not steampunk style of its own. It is, yep. And that was one of the things, because in the past, when I have the closest thing I've done to a sort of a normal build was one I did as a dystopian map, and it was very sci-fi. It ended up. So it still wasn't what I was wanting to do in terms of just a real factory. So you are right, industry does have its own, definitely its own sort of feel to it. It's just getting that balance, and it's difficult with a game when you're working with game mechanics like we are in Satisfactory, because although Satisfactory is gorgeous, at the end of the day it's a sci-fi game. Basically it's science fiction, so there are some compromises. But I think with the limitations that we have, it's not too bad. I can't complain. I just want smaller versions of these lights. I literally want something like about a sixth of the size that can stick up on these beams up high. That's what I really want, just to finish the industrial look, because I noticed these big foundries often have two sets of lights, one down here which is bigger and then smaller ones up here, and I really want that, but yeah, it's going to be near impossible, I think. These ones I've managed to sort of conceal in there and just get a bit of the yellow glow down here, but I don't think I'm going to be able to replicate that back up because it's going to stand out too much. Bit of a pain, but there we are. I'll have to play with that idea and see what I can come up with. If Infinite Nudge mod worked on experimental, then I could do it, because the Infinite Nudge mod allows you to shrink items or make them larger. So you can actually cheat it, which I don't normally do, but I would in this circumstance, just to get an appropriate light size for reality. Once these foundries are done, then we can get on with the actual factory. It is a huge project. This is going to be massive, so it's for me anyway. I'm just hoping frame rate holds up. Once we get everything being built. Sweet. Might look at that yellow crane in a minute and see if we can build that. That might be fun, just to break things up a bit for the stream. Just so that because this is very much repeat and rinse, and it will get very tiresome for everybody, myself included. So I like to break up repetitious things a little bit. So give me a minute. I'm going to just have a look at some of those pictures you recommended. Highland Machinery, wasn't it? Google Highland Machinery, you said. Yeah, you can see part of the roof construction as well if I do that. Back in a moo, let me have a little look on Google. Highland Machinery, was it? Yep. Highland Machinery and Crane. Crane purchasing. Don't think I'll be buying one. 100 ton. Ooh, that looks pretty cool. It's interesting the way the weights go on them. That's actually quite fascinating. I don't know what my span would be. Let's have a little look at this, see what it would actually be. So what did we say it was going to be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've not set this up on purpose with any realistic sizing. So that would be 80, isn't it? Because they're 4, 8 meters. So it'd be 80 meters. That's totally unrealistic. Making the tricky part. Yeah. A span on these seems to go about 50 or 100. Span 100. I think span 100 was the biggest, which is basically for the 100-ton ones by the look of it, which is understandable. 25-ton, okay, yeah. I quite like that 100-ton one though, that does look pretty cool. How the hell am I going to make that? Oh well, that's going to be the fun part, isn't it? Okay. Let's have a little look. Let's go to the blueprint machine. Let's see what we do. Well, interesting enough, the 100-ton one is almost the same color as this, which is interesting. Let's see what we can do. So let's get some. Let's just get some thingamajiggies up so we're off the ground. So I'll give myself a bit of room to work. Let's go up to 25. Has it actually got the size dimensions of it in there? Foresail, crane headroom, reliable lift. Trolley speed. It's terrible, isn't it? Once you start looking at this stuff, you're just like, yeah. So basically, we've got two big orange. What I was trying to see was see if it had a measurement. Um, It doesn't, but I was trying to work out what the measurement would be of the distance between the two orange blocks, basically, the two main orange rail runner things. That's what I was trying to work out. It looks around about almost like 5 meters or something, but it's probably not as much as that. It may be 4, I don't know. It's difficult to tell actually because there's no person standing by it, but okay, let's just try something here. Okay. Now we've got 2 options here, so I'm going to go 3 and 3 just so proportionally to the size of the thing it looks appropriate. Now we've got a number of options here. We can build the main beam runners a number of ways. Let me do a color on it as well. Maybe we should go the orange, do more of an orange. So let's go to here. Matte, definitely. Oh no, default probably be alright actually on that. A little bit more orange than the one I've got, just to stand out a little bit more. It's more burnt colour than that actually. It's more sort of that colour. Not that colour. We have to do that to get back to it. Okay. So, I'm thinking, what am I thinking? Okay, let's go that distance, press H, and then jump it across. That's getting closer to the sort of size of the box. One of the runners. Do a half nudge. Color up. Stop that Z fighting. Wonder if, let me just try something here a moment. I know it's a slight difference to the real thing, but I'm just wondering whether it will look cool just to break up the... I think that might work actually quite nicely. Oh. You can always make a suggestion, mate. Yeah, yep, go for it. Always happy to have banter ideas around. Just don't be offended if I don't always take them on board. But no, I'm always happy for people to pitch in because I always look at it and think, oh, okay, maybe. I'm wondering whether we can get something flatter on there though to make it look better. Maybe trouble is I don't think the orange is going to work on there unless we get it into the zone of doing. Can we do the 10? Is that going to work? No. Was it this one? It's real red though, isn't it? Consider using either signs or metal pillars for the long cross beams. Yeah, that's what I'm just experimenting with now, is whether I can use something else. It's not a bad idea. How far does half a nudge go? Too far. The problem I've got is basically this is the correct shape of the entire beam, but it's like huge. It's like this width with the eye in the middle. And what I'm thinking is maybe if I could work something out to keep that part there, but not these parts, if you know what I mean, but to bring the flange out. The weird thing is, I think on that design, let me have a look at the design of the thing though. There's actually two parts to it. So you've got one part which is like this really big, and then you've actually got sitting on top, you've actually got a smaller one running along like that. Signs in the middle with the half foundations on the top and bottom to make the T I-beam. So do you mean like... The problem with the foundation is I don't know whether I can get the colour on it solid to be basically how I need it. This is where infinite nudge would have been perfect for getting the alignment, but that's not too bad. Let's go for that burnt colour again. Let me save this. I'm going to go burnt orange. This is still not working. This is broken at the moment. The color thing is broken. You can't save colors. It's an absolute pain. It's now 3 days I haven't been able to save my color swatches. Yeah, it goes too bright. Let me turn that off. Text to be gone. Now I don't know whether I can get that color. Where are we? X. No, that's wrong key. So if we come here and put in Control V, Control V, just for the moment. I've got to find out a way of getting that intensity of colour. Now on the white, the way I did it with the white was by putting that, interesting. That wasn't what I put, but it is pure white. Very interesting. Okay. $10 on the bottom one. So if I went here, let me just try this a second. See, that's not right. Intensity's there, but not, and the rest of it gets wrong. So you can get it that color. Interesting. Yeah, where am I going? But if I go to the orange, it's completely not, it's too weak. So how can I get that orange color, I'm wondering. I've dabbled for years trying to make these things in Satisfactory, basically mostly signs over beams, small pillars and half foundations. Yeah. The hardest thing is just colouring stuff. To be honest, the colour system, I don't understand how it works, because some colours I can get absolute solid and other colours I can't, and I never understand why or what I'm doing wrong. Which as an artist is very frustrating, because I normally just have a palette knife and mix my pigments and know exactly what I'm doing. It doesn't, you see, it doesn't change it. I'll go back to that for a second just in case. Yeah, does it too pale. And you could cover this with signs. I mean, that's the other option. Is we literally go the whole sign route. That could potentially work. Yeah. It's always a compromise. Always a compromise. There's no one answer that's basically sort of, correct for the whole thing. Now this is where here, if I do that, you get a line. If you do that, you don't. It's kind of weird once you color them up. So you have to put more in than you need. Let's color these ones up first. So annoying not being able to flipping save your colors. It's still giving me the flipping line at the top though. Swines. Schwein pig dogs. Gets rid of that line. Still get the black edge though here. It sort of works, but yeah, it's a compromise like everything. It's always one option versus another, isn't it? The other way, going back to the beams. I mean, if the flange is going to be that thick, I mean, technically you could just yeah, dear. It still looks cartoony. Doesn't look like the real thing. Oh, that is not what I wanted to click. Okay. Yeah, it is always a compromise. Whatever I decide is going to be a compromise of the real thing. So basically what happens on the real thing is this comes up. Where are we? We'll go to here, nudge it. No, that way. And then there's another one running along the top, a smaller one. I mean, I like. Yeah, I mean, I don't like the lines through it. But then, yeah, as I say, whatever you can do is compromise. If you want, I'll see if I can either find some of mine or whip up something and email you a screenshot. Maybe with your magic you could make it something of it. Yeah, no, sure. Do, mate. That one's, I mean, there's a bit of a compromise. Combination of beam and sign. Oops, those two have dropped. But I just find it, yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, it's very, very, very hard. Unless, where are we? A little bit better. Have to work out the positioning so you could get enough of them. Interesting problems, always. Now they have on that side. Just think it looks a fraction bulky to reality. That's what I'm thinking. Because the flange is actually quite thin. It's only probably in reality about 10 mil on these big cranes. That's what I don't like, is that either one of these is too fat, really. Could I use that I can colour? It's probably too big though. Yeah, way too big. Shame you can't colour those up bright. Would have been about the right thickness. What else can I use? What else could I use? I think it is just going to end up being a compromise scenario, to be honest. What I do know is at the working end, we have some blue boxes, which is probably housing the electronics and motors and things or something. Pardon me. Oh, I wonder. That can't be can it be coloured? Maybe coloured the right colour? I can. So, do we? How can we cover that? It's not going to let me do what I want, is it? Ah, that would be the way. Okay. Doesn't want me to do that. Okay. Let me take that one out for the minute and come back and put those back after. Okay. We have one of the 3 blue boxes. Actually looks all right. That is not too shabby. Okay, so that's how we're going to do the blue box part. I've got the blue box sorted. I'll email you a YouTube and a good short video clip of those things. Yeah, stick it on your email, mate, and I'll have a look. I'll have an oozy because I've got to go and have lunch in a minute anyway. So there's 3 of those boxes basically. And they are pretty much next to each other, so well, the good news is we got the blue boxes sorted even if we didn't get the crane sorted. The irony of that is very funny. Oh dear. There we are. We got the 3 boxes done. That is hilarious. Right. There is actually another little blue one near the end here. Separate little thing. Which we will also paint the same blue. Okay. Don't want to do it. Really? That'll do. Yep, that doesn't look too bad. That's pretty much like the boxes of the electronics on the drives and stuff. We just got to get the actual beam sorted. I mean, in basic terms, that is what we've got, but there just needs to be a wider flange coming off this one and off this one. But I don't know, this may look ridiculously too big for the project, so let me actually do a little test run here a second, just to see what we're up against in terms of scale. There we go. All right. Yep. There we go. Okay, we are going to call this crane part 1. It's not anywhere near right yet, but I just want to look in proportions of height of the thing, basically. So I'm going to be looking at somewhere around there. I reckon it could probably come down, be one less beam actually, in terms of height. So I think we can come down to that amount, would look not so bad. Just to try and get a, a feel for the size, the proportion of it in relationship to everything else. Be roughly looking at about that sort of height, probably down a fraction just to miss the lights. Yep. So that proportionally, if I just plonk that in for a second, use the heavy beams. Yeah, I was going to put in another set of heavy beams to hold this if I do it. But yeah, there's two options. I can either bring in another heavy set here to run it along, or it can be done with another heavy set up here somewhere. Ideally, I'd like to have it somewhere just above the gantry so that if you're walking up here, you can actually sort of almost like be, so you can see the control as if it were, that would be the idea. But I think proportionally it's not too far off in terms of the height now, bearing in mind that the main I-beam is only the first three. This top one is a separate little beam that runs along the top, so I've got to work out how to bring this out, basically, to make it the, yeah. I mean, that would make the middle part okay. Is that going to interfere with that? Yes, unfortunately. That's where infinite nudge is awesome, because you can just nudge these bits out just to, or in to stop the problem. But yes, in proportion wise, I think that's not too far off, bearing in mind the size of the span and everything else. I've just got to work that I-beam out and how I'm actually going to do it to that sort of size. In fact, that means all these are actually wrong. Because what it means is these should actually only be that high, which makes more sense. Because they fit within the I-beam. So if the I-beam's coming up to the top of this one, so just for the sake of argument at the moment, not that we're going to use these because we can't, because they don't colour, but that effectively is your I-beam there and there. And then this little I-beam sits on top. So hence the blue boxes need to be smaller. Oh, no, not that one. Come on. Where are we? There we go. Right, so there's your blue boxes basically now within the I-beam frame. What was the span you have? Again, don't ask, it's not realistic. 80 meters. It's about double what a crane would normally operate in. They'd actually probably likely have two cranes. So they'd probably split this factory up actually with another set of girders down the middle in reality. And then they'd have probably two cranes running, one this side and one that side. And that's how it would probably work. Because this actual span is unrealistic. I don't know that they would have it over 80 meters. It just because it's 10 squares basically. Yeah, 10 squares wide, the gap. Too big. I mean, that is a possibility. It's just it doesn't come up the same color. That's the only problem. It's about off. And you get the lines. But in basic terms, the thickness of that's about right. And you won't get the orange from above. So when you turn it like this, then you're not going to see it. So the only way we could do that then is if we, well, in fact, it's not going to be on the top there. It's actually going to be under here. Like that. That's effectively what you got in reality, is that sort of beam. And 4 beam size seems reasonable. Got it. I think it'll be fine. I see what I can do, but I'm only going to work on the main beams and trolley portion to hopefully give some ideas. Thank you, mate. Yeah. Well, that's what I've come up with so far as that, but it is a compromise, as always. And the compromise being is that you've got black on the backside of the thing, so if you're viewing it from the above, it's definitely not an I-beam. And you've got the black lines going through where the signs are. I did find on the slim signs, and this is where it's really weird, was when you crossed them over, the line disappeared. Ah, it does there. Okay, so, which is a horrendous amount of signs, but it was a way of getting rid of the line. There we are. So it works on those ones. But you've still got the black edges. And there's nothing I can do about that at all. And the black tops. Because if I'd get another sign and turn it around that way, it's going to end up just too thick. I don't think I can raise it up. Yeah, enough. Could do that. Oh, it's not so bad. It's a little bit of a compromise again, but then you get the black underneath and that, which doesn't work. So the main I-beam is 3 beams high. If you have a look at the one illustration I'm using under that Highland machinery and crane, is the 100 stroke 15 ton ace span 96 feet. Just purely because I like the look of it being a bit more grunty than the others, but for the size factory I'm doing. And you'll see there, if you look carefully, there's, and it's it's actually quite odd beam because it's not a true I-beam. If you look at it, there is a little bit of an I-beam, but the flange at the bottom is way, way, way bigger than the flange at the top. And then you've got another beam sitting on top, basically. That's actually an L-shaped beam. It's not even an I-beam. So what you've actually got is not this up here, the same size, but you've actually got what have we got here? Sign-wise display. That's probably more accurate. You've basically got that in terms of size. So it's an odd I-beam because obviously the bottom is taking a lot more weight and strain, so they've added a bigger flange at the bottom. The black edge is fine. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I can put up with it. So if we go here, go back to here, do this again, do this, get the change color, Control V, Control V, Control V. Please fix the settings for saving colors. And then we've got to overlap them to get rid of the line. What I should do is get rid of that one for the moment. It'll be way easier. And that then does that. See, that doesn't look too bad, I have to say. That's not too bad a compromise. The only compromise is that it's then black on top. Which in reality, with all the dirt and grime and dust from a foundry, probably would be actually. If you ran your hands along that, that would come out as black as. Bit of a compromise, but I don't think it's as bad as the other options. I think it's more realistic along with the idea of where we're going. It's about as real as I can, close as I can get it to the real thing. And then you're not really going to see it, to be honest, from above either. To be honest, you are not going to see it from above. That one goes on top, which is the little runner rail. Just have a quick look at the reference thing again. Okay, yeah. It's a bit of an odd one, you know. I mean, it's obviously we can't replicate reality with Satisfactory completely, but it's, I mean, we're getting close. Certainly getting close to these. But I think proportionally that's about right. So it's just got to chip away at it and see where we're at. The worst thing is I've actually got to duplicate this again. What we're going to do though here, nudge down, and I think that's going to go there. Yeah, to finish off, just to tidy up those ends. Okay. In terms of the I think we want to come out. Oh, it's so hard to know because proportionally it looks way smaller. So look at this. Trying to see how many, 1, 2, probably 3, possibly 4 widths of this would go in between 1, 2, 3. I reckon that would be more than enough. And then your fourth one would come in here, basically. So let me get those lined up properly. That goes like that. Yeah, then we have to nudge it down half a nudge. half a nudge. Up half a nudge. Up half a nudge. That'd be your 4 in total there. Then just the signs. So in principle that's 1, 2, no 1. So how are we doing the other bit in between? That's going to be the thing, because let's have a little look at this. Little runners on the top there. So what we could do, so in effect it's got a little runner like this. It is effectively running along inside, that's there. It's not going to be perfect, I can assure you, but it is a compromise, as always on Satisfactory. If it's not temporary, it's a compromise. Yeah, this is the trolley part. Yep, yep. So I'm just trying to look at this reference I've got and sort of see roughly what's happening. I think actually I should have rotated. I don't know. Maybe should have rotated that, but and then there's 2 in the middle that are like more like I-beams, more like these ones. So if that's halfway, it looks about halfway. They're just off halfway basically either side. So I reckon if I come here and do a half nudge there, and then the same here, something like that. It's getting there, it's getting there. Actually, there is a black. Ah, that's interesting. Okay, Okay, that actually is very interesting. So there is actually a black like one of these up here, but sort of half nudge up. I don't know what its purpose is. I do not know what its role in life is. But I shall keep looking. And then there's an orange, extra orange beam in there. It's interesting. Okay, that one actually moves, by the look of it, further across slightly. Oh, I forgot to raise it, didn't I? What a noob. Right there. And then there is actually another one of these coming in, but it's rotated, I think, by the look of it. It's a very loose interpretation, but I normally just use the walkway platforms for it and then clutter it up with stuff on top, like a lift pump to represent the hoist motor. Ah, yep. Yeah, I've got to work that one out yet. And there's a plate going across there as well. They actually have like a plate coming across here, which we haven't. Well, we can't orange up basically. If I use what I was thinking, which is the walkway. Oh, a little bit of a compromise again, as always. Right. Okay. So what we need now. I wonder if that was a wrong move. Come on. There you go. Right, let me see if I can get some more of those reference pictures. Thank you. It is hard. It is hard. Just trying to see if there was any pictures from a top, but I don't think there is. But there's cables. So how do we do this? Can we get in? I'm not making it look too stupid. I wish you could really bend these a lot more, so they really droop down like the real ones. I wonder whether we can sink those back further actually. Let me just try this for a second. Yeah. Adds a bit of cabling in. We'll do the same down this end as well. I do appreciate your enthusiasm for my craziness, by the way. It is appreciated. I'm not too displeased with this trolley. I don't think it's coming up too bad, actually, all things considering. The limits of what we're doing. This is where I'd put a hook hanging down and bury a wall socket in it to rig cables. Yeah, yep, we're getting there. I think it's not too bad for Satisfactory. Like, yeah. What else have we got? Okay, so on the back end of here, there is also, weirdly enough, what looks like one of these. If I can get it to face the right way, there we are. It isn't a power thing at all, but it looks like it. So we're going to stick one of those on, just because, to add to this ridiculousness of trying to get something looking like a reality. I think they're buffers, like big absorbers, so that as it's going along, if it hits the end, it's like a shocker, you know, a buffer thing, shock absorber buffer thing, probably rubber or something. But that's what it looks like anyway, to me. I could be completely wrong. But we'll use a light electric socket instead. Because these, I think, are going to be a fraction too big, but let me just try something for a second here. Yeah, too big. It looks really good. If you can whip up a realistic hook, that'll make all the difference. And pull off a realistic look. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. I don't think it's too bad. We've just got to get these side beam finished, basically, with the signs and stuff. That's going to be a bit pernickety, but let's try for the hook. While we're here, let's have a look. The hook is going to be the hardest thing. It really is, because I don't have anything proportionally or even the shape of the hook. So, and that's going to be the hardest thing. I just want to put down a reference point so we've got somewhere to aim for. That will not be staying there. Just think outside of the box. Think outside of the box. The only problem we've got here, so I don't think I can get that concrete coloured how I want it. Hang on a sec. Oh, you swine. Gonna have to Okay, let's just do this for a second, just so we've got our markers. There we go. Carbon steel. Let's go for that colour. Identical thing is already built here. No, it's not. There it is. Now we need something to cover that up to stop all that glitching. Oh, yo, 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 yo. Where there's a way, there's a will. Where there's a will, there's a relative. It's not going to stop the glitching, unfortunately, but it's heading in the direction that I sort of want for the head of the hook. Ay, ay, ay. Why do we do this to ourselves, eh? Why? I mean, life could be very simple, couldn't it? But no, we want to do something crazy. Hit part of the hook. Shame about the glitching. Z factors. Drive them mad. That kind of... I wonder. Oh, I wonder. Hang on a second. These are way too big. Way too big, I think, for what we want. But... are you telling me now you're not even going to go on there because there's... Really? Oh man. Sometimes it makes you wonder. Right. Actually, we could do it that way still. Possibly. I have no idea what this is going to look like. This is me experimenting with no idea. That's not what I wanted. What am I wanting? That. That's what I was wanting. Let me stick that there for a second. Repeat and rinse from this side. That's a bit better. Yeah, the cables may. It's not looking too bad for the sort of head of the. That also hopefully gives me the cables to go up to here. So what I've got to do is basically half nudges too much. That's actually oh, it's actually in the wrong position. No. What a bum. Right, I got a minute. Let me save this blueprint. Because what I am going to do is bring it back in. At the correct alignment, which is there. We'll bring it down a notch so I can actually delete everything. Right, now we can get rid of that. Need to get rid of all of this trolley because it's fake, it's not real. Without touching the other trolley. I've just got to make sure I get the right stuff, otherwise I'm going to really cock this up. But this was going to be easier than trying to remake that crane head in the right position. As stupid as it sounds. Okay, that's that part done. Then we just need to delete the part here. That. And this. That. The blue power boxes. That. And then we need to also delete those. G key will be way easier. There we go. Right, okay. And then we need to delete that one, because that's the one that's in the wrong position. So we're getting there. So now what we need again was that we need these power lines from the inside ones coming up, but we have to try and nudge this across to the edge of that concrete because that half nudges too much. So what I've got to try and do is find a place where it's happy to... There we go. Perfect. Basically like that. Smoke and mirrors. It's not exactly right, but I'm just wondering whether hey, stay. Thank you, finally. Actually, this. Interesting. Let me just try it. Oh. Ooh. That went like a bleh. Now I can't find it again to get it. Come on. You could do it. There. Okay. And one back. It doesn't want to build it there. Doesn't like it. So we sort of are stuck with that. Try adding another set of cables to the outside for a total of 6 cables. Yeah, it's got, yeah, because there are multiples, aren't there? It's true. There are multiple cables on these things. Why is it not wanting to attach to that? Come on. You are saying that it's going to the same one, so let's try. There's going to be the problem. You're not going to see them. Unless I can. Let's go back and do this a little bit more. That's what we're going to have to do, I think, is to do that. Like that. And then we'll have cables coming off each of these. Hopefully down where you can sort of see them then. How many cables is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We don't need 7. That one can go then. 6 cables. That's it. It's not too. Yeah, I mean, for Satisfactory, I mean, come on, it's not too bad. I do need a hook though. I do need a hook. It hasn't got a hook. How are we going to make a hook, for crying out loud, with this stuff? I just don't think we can. I think my skill level has got to its absolute finished. Don't think there's anything small enough that we could utilize into a hook. I mean, the most you've got is these things, but it's not going to look like a hook, is it? A big electromagnet instead of a hook. Yeah, yeah. Well, it could do technically. I mean, if it's in the iron factory, boom, could pick up the ingots that way. Yeah, scrap iron yards. Yeah, exactly. Well, let's put it into place. Let's have a quick look. Um, anyway, just to see if proportion-wise it's looking okay. Oh, we need to get rid of that fella. Save blueprint. Thank you. Because we do need to finish it. We've got to put in the plates all the way along and stuff and blah 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 to get that. In fact, let me just do that. Don't ever ask me to do one of these again. What do you mean I've got another 3 foundries to build? At least it's a blueprint. If you were making this like giant size and not necessarily realistic, like you blew this up like 10 times the size, you could easily make then a hook and stuff for it. Maybe the hook's having some maintenance done on it. Maybe it's being re-greased currently in the workshop. And hopefully, yes, that's that one done. I wonder if it'll not do the line when I do that. And I always thought it used to have to be halfway, but maybe it doesn't. Okay, that'll save some. I'll go back and tweak the blueprint later on off stream. Oh, right. I'm famished. I might take a break for 15 minutes and just go and get some lunch in a minute and then carry on. But I think this is starting to get in the right direction. It looks fantastic. 2 hours and you've accomplished better than I ever came up with in 2 years of fiddling. Oh, mate. I'm sure that's not 100% true, but yeah. Thank you. I appreciate your comments. I'm sure you accomplished many great things. Your little mini factory thing that you sent me a picture of looked fantastic, and that was definitely something that's not going to work. I need to take that top beam off, I think, and then redo it afterwards. Okay. So we just need the ones on this top of here now. And that's going to be not that way. I think we actually have to start it off with a beam there. Like that. And then we can come out. Bring that down. Instead of replacing that top beam, consider the narrow steel cable as a trolley track. The braided cable? Or was it, instead of replacing that, consider the narrow steel cable as a trolley track. That one. Well, it's interesting. I mean, it does run inside the beam or on a, and now it actually runs on an L beam technically. It's up there by the look of the picture. I think the only problem is if I put the braided, you almost need like train tracks then rather than like just a round wheel thing that sits in there. I mean, technically it'd be a bit of bumpy ride on this one because it's not smooth, but I don't think we're far off, to be honest. I think it's doing, I mean, for the limits of Satisfactory, we're doing all right, I think. I will keep looking at the reference pictures on these cranes though, and I might add more detail in at a later, well, maybe after I've eaten, because I definitely need some lunch because I'm getting quite weak. But I just want to get this first part up, if we can, into position, just to have a look at it in perspective, basically, of the rest of the build. Well, the one thing this has learned me is, or taught me, should I say, not learned me. It's terrible English. One thing I've learnt from this, and that it's taught me, is that a lot of things are possible if you just give them time and you're prepared to make some compromises. But I don't think that's too bad. Yep, that way you could see the end, more light will get through. Yeah, you're going to see it. I mean, hopefully we'll see what it's like. Let's go and have a look. Let's have a look and see. Crane Part 1. Don't tell me it's not going to put the crane head thing in. Looking a bit weird, the blueprint at the moment. So I'm thinking we want it just possibly above the lights. I mean, this won't be necessarily its final resting place because I might put it in the middle here somewhere. I'm sort of thinking somewhere like this. And if we ran an extra heavy beam across there, just above those lights, I'd need to work out some system on here though for attaching it with runners. So I'm going to leave a bit of space. How far out are we at the moment? If I come in one notch, that's then halfway, isn't it, through there? And that means here we need less on this side. We'll only need a... In fact, well, why don't we? In fact, why don't we? Bring it out one, whole one. Give myself some room. And then here we'll only need 3 to be made, which will be fairly straightforward. Let's try it. Where's it gone? It's built it somewhere, but not where I want. Oh no, it's screwed up. Look at this. What's it doing? Oh my word, it's got that glitch. It's got that horrible glitch. I've had this before on experimental mode where it's taking your part of your thing, putting it in and still attaching it to the original. Dang, I might have to relog anyway then. See if we can solve that. Because that is going to screw the whole thing up. You little swines. Right, let me just quickly save game. Go back here, save game, confirm. Yes. Let me exit the main menu first. We'll try that one first and see if we can stay within. And just reload the game and hopefully doesn't unsolicited opinion. Just to limit the top beam completely. Seeing the trolley adds eye appeal. Bumpy track is no big deal in your opinion. let's have a look at it in place first, and I'll go and have something to eat, and then we can make some decisions then. So it does come out to 1 yet, and then that will allow me. Please don't go back to the blueprint glitch thing. It is, because there's bits flying that way. Oh my word. The blueprint is knackered. Can't do it. Right, that is a problem that will have to be resolved another day. Why? I wonder if it's because I brought this part of the thing in from from the blueprint and put it back in, if you know what I mean. Which may mean I need to build this head bit from scratch again in the blueprint to stop that happening. Well, on that note, I'm going to pause. I am going to pause. I'm going to put on Be Right Back, taking a break, and I'll be back. Yeah, exactly, after all that. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. Well, I'm back. Food is in the tummy, which is good. You're welcome, Mac. You're welcome, mate. No worries. Have a good rest. Yeah. Yes, food and drink. Okay, so we have a problem with the blueprint where this is glitching out and the cables are stretching from inside there back to this point. So I've got one other thing I'm going to try before redoing it because of the hassle doing it, but it won't be too bad, I don't think. I'm going to clear Blueprint Designer. I'm actually going to... Ah! Therein lies the problem. Okay. Let's put the blueprint back. Was it the big one or the little one? It was a big one. And let's load blueprint back in, and it's crane part 1. And that part is probably going to be missing now, because I'm guessing that was where the glitch was. It hadn't registered for some reason. Yep, look at that. Okay. A little bit frustrating, yes, but it is what it is, and we've got to get on with it and just redo. So let's just get a reference point. That's not exactly what I was hoping for, but anyway, I'll do. There we go. Now we can undo these bits. Right, so what we did before, if I can remember, this is where it gets weird because I've got to try and remember what I've actually done. So we did one of those, 1 meter, stuck it across. And then we did one of these. And I'm going to color that up black. Come on. Thank you. Then we're going to do the, where are we? X. Color that up. Now we can get rid of that, I think. Then we came to the power. And we have to, okay. bring one of these down, just see if we can start working this properly. Half one, yep. Okay, that could work quite nicely. Half notch. Yeah, it's not too bad. I think last time we actually, I know we had 4 of these in here. I'm wondering whether, well, we actually had 6. Because I think what we did last time was that. Yeah. So let's do it and see. Half notch, yeah. Half notch. In half notch. Yeah. Oh, pardon me. So we got there's 6 cables. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, for what it's worth, I don't think it's too shabby. Do you know what I mean? I mean, for the limits of Satisfactory and what we're dealing with, I don't think it's too bad, really. I just. I actually don't think that's too bad. I've got to try and use that reference as much as possible. Now the thing with the only thing that's missing really here, big time, which is a real shame because it's going to just look stupid because of the size of these connectors, and I wish there was something we could do about that. Because there are cables that dangle all the way along here for when this gets extended, basically from this end, from these. So from this power box, there's cables that dangle literally all the way along here, along this top of this I-beam, and come into here effectively. And that's obviously what powers it back and forth, and the cables can extend. I can't put those in, and it's frustrating because the size of this is so ridiculously big. It just won't, I don't think, look right at all. And that's going to be a problem, you know, for achieving that look with the cables. I'll try to and just see what happens, but I honestly don't think it's going to look right. So you're not even really going to see them because of the placing of them. They're just too big and cumbersome. It is a shame. It is a shame. Anyway, let's save this while we've got it. Let's try it again and see if we get the same glitch, blueprint glitch or not. Hopefully it'll be alright. So I think we're aiming for roughly about there in terms of height. Let's pop it in. Let's see if we've solved that glitch on the blimmin'. Yes, we have. Well, that's good news. That's what Mac was recommending us to take those beams out, so you can see the trolley more. Which I understand, and I somewhat agree. But the other half of me says, yeah, but it's not what's really happening. Excuse me, munching. I've just had a late lunch, and I'm also being very naughty and having a piece of my wife's lovely baking. She's done me a gluten dairy free chocolate cake, banana chocolate cake, and it's very yummy. Very rich too, but nice in small doses. It's like, whoa. It's kind of one of the best ones I think she's done actually, which is awesome. That's wrong. I've dumped it down without raising it, sorry. It's going to have to go back up. Frame part 1. We want it to come up there somewhere. I think the thing is, if people want to see the trolley, they can actually come up onto this walkway. That's what I'll tell Mac. If you're watching, Mac, later on this stream, I'll say to your character, when it's on the map, don't be lazy, climb the stairs. You can go and have a look at it. It's me being cruel. Okay, well, in principle we know it works and it fits and it doesn't look too bad for the limitations of Satisfactory. We just need to build the other little bit out here, so we need another 3 wide, and then we need to do the end piece so that when we attach in the heavy duty rail it's got something to glide along. So I just need to work that out. But I think in proportion to the factory that we've got at the moment, I don't think it's looking too out of place. So what we need to do is now create exactly the same but only 3 long. So what I'm going to do, because I really don't want to have to do all this stuff again, we are going to save this blueprint as part 2, and then we are going to delete this beam, and we are going to make it 3 of these long, which means it should be, what's that? Pardon me. Three squares long. So what's the? These are 8, 16, 24. Sure, that doesn't look right though. Half nudge, half nudge. That looks better. No, it's not. It's actually out. Ah, that's because of that. Okay. I'll tell you what the easiest way of doing is 1, 2, 3. Is here, like that. That's the easiest way. And we can come along like that, and we can go nudge half down. And this has got to work. Okay. So that means these from here going this way, all this can be deleted, including the trolley. What would have been nice with this trolley is if I could have actually somehow got on it some of the motors and placed motors on it in the right place from the actual Satisfactory parts. That would have been fun. Right, okay, so we've got one to there. Next. Half nudge down. Very good. That can now come out. We can go here, do the same with these signs, get rid of those. We can probably get rid of that one as well, and that one. And then we'll try and replace these. So nudge that up. Nudge that down. Nudge that down. Well, I hope everybody's having a good Monday. It is Monday here, all day. There we go. Right, so that's one part done. And then we need these. So we can just repeat and rinse on this side. Nudge that up. Nudge that up. Nudge that up. Delete unwanted pieces. There we go, I think that goes there. We can then get rid of that. And I think that's the other part done then, so we can save it, save part 2, confirm. Just go and put that in place, have a look at it, and then we'll sort out these ends. Part 2, crane part 2. Needs to be that way round. And about there, according to that, but I don't think this is now right then. Okay, so let's have a little look. It's interesting. It is slightly off by 2 meters by the look of that. Okay, make adjustments. Make some adjustments. Just need 2 extra meters. Well, what we will do while that's in place is put the sign on. Same on this side, 2 meters. Save. Save. Just going to finish that off. Blueprints, part 2. Where are we? That is around that way. And we need to bring it across a bit. And then up. Oh, Fly mode stopped working there for a second. Must have hit a beam or something. No, I don't want to do that one. I want to do the part 2. There. Click that into place. Very good. So that's the main crane piece in. I think the only, I mean, obviously got to do the ends and then put in the the heavy duty runners for it running the length. I think in principle it's not too bad. I mean, for the limitations of Satisfactory, it's not too bad. It's just a shame we couldn't have stuck a couple of motors on here from the actual parts list. It would have looked quite good. Stick a couple of motors on there. I wonder if we can work something though on the blueprint. Let me have a little play. Overall, it's not too bad. We've got to make an ending for this somehow to connect. I'm trying to look at the reference pictures of that crane, but it unfortunately doesn't really give me a lot on the end. It just looks like there's a couple of wheels almost coming off. So basically, I haven't got enough room on this side of the blueprint, but I'll do it over here and then we can chop this out and change the name. In fact, we'll change the name of the blueprint now. So we'll just go crane part end. And then it doesn't matter what I do then. And it basically looks like it's got sort of a we're just trying to make do with what Satisfactory gives us, because obviously we can't replicate you know, how we want. Go that way, then down. It's basically, let's just change that carbon steel so it's black. Just got to sometimes play with stuff and see what happens, see what sort of effect happens, whether it starts to look like something that is workable along the lines of that might go one more actually. That's a shame, isn't it? I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's well, we've got that. Let's go along. And that's on the second one past the end, so it is there. Then in. We put one more on the end, didn't we? Then we did a thing for there to there. Let's do that back across. Is it going to do it? We might have to do a half nudge. Too much. Needs a quarter nudge. It's where infinite nudge used to come in really, really handy. But of course it doesn't work on experimental mode. And I don't think that's going to do the same either. It's just going to nudge out one side to the other. So how else can we do this? We could bring up that anyway, because that will finish off that end. And then if we go half nudge down, half nudge down, that tidies that up. Not looking too shabby. And then they have these sort of plates, but they're not quite as high as that. They're not quite as big as that. So I wonder if we can go back to using these. That doesn't look too bad actually. A little bit gun-ho, but it's working with the confines of Satisfactory. Don't you love it? What else could we use? The other thing we could use is a sign. That looks a bit small. Try the 1 meter. That could work. Even the back of it could work actually, because it probably looks a bit more mechanical. Yeah, like that, with the light fitting. That would work. That looks better. Okay. 1 meter. Go here. Go here. And back here. Cool. In reality, these are actually curved on the actual model I'm looking at. But not a lot I can do about that. But I think all things considering, we haven't done too badly with this crane. I think it's not done too badly at all. Let's go here. Ooh, half notch, 1 notch, half notch. The wrong one. Down. No, that's not right, is it? No, it came down half. Where have we gone? Ah, that's why we've cocked up there. That's it. Doop. Never mind. Easily fixed. Easy as pie. Okay. So now what I've got to bear in mind is in here I've left one hole pad basically to fill out. So at the moment what we've done is the bit that's going to go, because there's going to basically be some big runners which are going to come out. We're going to have these are going to come out to probably, let me go into default, to about here, and then we're going to have running along this whole thing, and these are going to be not sure what color yet. I mean, for the moment we'll do it for white, just so because it stands out so we can see what we're doing, but I don't think it will end up that. We may do it 3 tool and then have, just got to try and work out what I'm actually doing here. It's got to be something like that. And the trolley is basically going to run along this piece. Technically, it probably could do with no, way too big. I need that on the other side though. So what if we did that? Bring it through half notch up, half notch down. How far off are we? It technically needs a tiny little nudge. We could do that with a pillar and adjust it, but I don't know whether even that's going to look right. I think we need to just try and have a look at these reference points at the moment that I'm using for this thing. Yeah, okay. So it actually looks like, I know it sounds weird, but it actually looks like it's running on this is where I'll have to play in the blueprint. Actually, I'll do that in the blue. Let's have a play in the blueprint with this, see if we can work something out. But that's roughly what's going to happen anyway. There's going to be a heavy beam running across the length here with this crane thing basically going across. This is unrealistic in terms of the width for this size crane. Normally it'd be about half. So there'd be another set of beams all down the middle basically. But I just thought with the proportions of the factory as a whole, it didn't look too far out, to be honest. And that's what I was, that's what I'm aiming for overall, is just the look and the feel to be realistic as possible on this. So, going back to this, basically what we need to do is take that out. We have that piece in there which is really, really good and handy, because what we've got to bear in mind is that this is coming down to that point there. And we are coming in one whole space to that point. So that's where we're aiming for to fill out to. That's all good. Oh, I don't want to get rid of him particularly. Doesn't matter if we do, we can replace it easy enough, but okay. We're heading in the right direction. Okay. So let's just tap that across, bring that down, then we know where we're going with that one as well. Okay, so halfway through that beam is what we need, so let's just get one beam in to there, then he can come out. Same over here. Beam can come out. Should be able to reach that one with just another one like that here. Yep. There, we've got to overlap them a little bit to stop that black line, so we have to do that, unfortunately. Oh, unless we can. Okay, let's take that one out. Let's take that one out, and we should be able to get one in between. That'll save one sign. Just all helps for the number count. Part end, save, keep that up to date. Okay, so there is between them that's good to know. There is actually a beam definitely that comes across, connecting those two fellas together. None there. Technically that one comes out. It's actually down the bottom like that. Tell you what we can do. That. I love these rivets on the sides of these beams. They just add a really nice touch. Now technically this is where it gets a little bit tricky, because this now needs to come out. That one not. That one so. That one so. And the reason being is that you need clearance for this to run on the rail. But weirdly enough, It kind of, it's tricky to see from the angles on the picture, that's the problem. The weird thing is that this actually is at the wrong height, that's the problem. Okay. Change of plans. Guess laid plans of mice and men. Ay, ay, ay. Sometimes it makes me wonder. This is actually from down here. So all of that's got to drop. Okay. And we'll move these down. Nope, pushed it too soon, too soon, too soon. Try again. Half chop. That's that done. This little fella's just got to come down now. Like that. No, I've done that wrong again. Come on, sign. Let me select the sign. It's not going to let me. Nope. Okay, I'll have to delete you as well then. Ooh, these things are sent to trice. That can come down half. Like that. But the sign, which is the one we want, and it's not giving them to me. The sign needs to come down. There. I don't think a half nudges. Yeah, it stays there. Okay. Right, get rid of that. Get rid of that. That's better. Now the other thing that happened was this one here didn't go from where it was looking like it was going from here to there. That can come off, and then that can come off, and that can come off. Yeah. Right, let's redo this one. With Satisfactory, anytime you want to make something a little bit different, just have to try and think outside of the box, look at shapes, look at things that may... Have I done that wrong again? Yes, I have. So look at shapes and look at things outside of the box and see how you can use them in a way that you wouldn't normally use it, you know. And that's where the magic often starts to happen. Like with the organic plant buildings that I do, they just, you know, taking that step outside of the normal, to the point that I've never actually done a normal factory, and hence why I wanted to do this map. So I actually wanted to do something realistic, which I've never done before. I've always done crazy builds. So to be able to do something like this and have a really cool, this is just a Foundry, but super cool difference for me to play with stuff. So let's have a little look, see how that connects, make sure it works okay in terms of where it's going to go. So I'm just taking lots of reference points off crane part end, reference points off photographs. I just googled basically foundries, and it's weird how that has come out as that. Okay, we're going to have to shorten it a bit, but that's roughly where it's going to go. That is about right. So what we need to do, is it going to come out that far? Possibly not. Half nudge, yes. Probably about there actually. So what we need to do is take off, it looks like about 1 to about 4 meters, which seems really, really odd. About there. Pardon me. Okay, just take that off. That's okay. Reference point. Ooh, that was close. There you go. That should do it. So let's go save blueprint. Try again. So I've got about 15 more minutes and then I'm going to call it a day, as I've been streaming over half the day. But I just want to get this crane basically into position so we can see what it's looking like. Half nudge here. I think that's going to be about right. There we go. So that's the ends of the crane end. So we've now just got the heavyweight beam, which I'll design in the blueprint machine to fit in just above these lights, basically. And that'll take the supposed weight. As I say, this factory is based on real photos and reference pictures of foundries. So it's not my factory yet. My super factory is yet to be built. This is just the early stages of me mapping out the map and getting things in place. And the foundry is going to be one of the parts. There's actually going to be about 4 foundries here in the desert. We're going to have iron in this building. We're going to have copper. We're going to have steel and Caterium and sulfur in another. So that's the basic plan. So when it comes to rails, what I need to do is to look at this and say, and look at the reference pictures and try to see roughly what's happening. It's very hard because they don't show you in full detail. You get glimpses. But in basic terms, from what I can pick out, actually let's go to that one to start with. We'll just come up here, get a reference point to work to. Right, somewhere around here. Yeah, it's a shame, you see, because the half nudge is too much. Always the way. It really needs a sort of about a quarter. The only way I could do that, if I use these here, these are not true measurements in terms of satisfactory general foundation stuff. They're fake, basically. They've not made them the same measurement unit system as the rest for some bizarre reason, and I don't get it at all. But there we are. Sometimes it serves a purpose, and that purpose is this, because that is now at the right height. Super cool. And then we can go, if we go unpainted on these, that gives us the rail that it's going to sit on. Super nuts. I love it. And we are going to do this rotated. This beam is going to look heavy. It's going to look over-engineered because it needs to. Just have a look back at the reference. Yeah, it's interesting, you see, because the other thing that happens on these ends, and this is where we're going to get perhaps more. I honestly think this should go like this. Now what's interesting is there's actually little things coming off, and I can't do it. It's very frustrating. If I could paint that orange, it would be the closest thing to it. But there's basically like some metal bars that come down like that. But I can't paint that thing, and it's going to look weird because it's just going to look like I've stuck a bit of steel framework there, whereas if that was all orange, it would look great. And that's the problem I've got, because the framework needs to be that thin. And I can't even turn it upside down, which is even better where it should be at. So that is entirely frustrating. Because that is just about how it looks. It's so close to that, it's ridiculous. Oh, how can I do this? These are just way too big, you see. I mean, they're just like phenomenally large. Please, Satisfactory, give me some smaller items that I can play with. So the other thing you can do, if you had like infinite nudge where you can rotate things ways things they shouldn't be able to go, you can use things like these upside down as well, which would have done the job. They're nice and thin, and those are paintable. This is not, which is frustrating. Very frustrating. What I can do is possibly disguise a little bit. Select colours. Let's go back and do. Oh, I don't know whether I've still got it in my. Yes, I have. Okay, off. Okay. I mean, that disguises it a fraction. Not a lot, but a fraction. What we'll do is get a little one, and we'll need to stick it the same colours. So let's just go to layout, set text here, delete text. If you wonder why I delete the text, it's because you do sometimes at an angle, certain angles close up, you can actually see the text even if you've coloured it the same. See, there we are, that gets rid of that nicely. Gets rid of that line in the middle, just melts it, merges it together, which is lovely. That's a little bit better. A little bit better, a little bit better. Let's do a rotation. Is that going to be too much? Let's go to that one. I don't know whether this is going to let me do, again, what I want. It's too much. But you can see the way that's going to go. That's not too bad. So what we're going to do here is we've done the crane part end. Oh, no, we haven't, because we're adapting it. But we've learnt at least how to make the runner rail for it. So it runs like on a little train rail. So that's handy. Okay, so let's do that. Let's, what are we saving this as? Crane part end. Okay, but we don't really want to do that. We can actually, because this can be part of it. That's fine. Yeah, let's save that. I'll tell you why, because then we can just copy paste and run the rails the whole length. So that will work really well. Hopefully, if we haven't cocked up too much here. And this is where it's going to show. Because if we have, we might find it clashes with the lights. Part end. Like that. Half notch. Yeah, it is going to clash with the lights, so we need to go up 1, 2, 3, and then we're not. Okay, so that's where we'll be. We'll reset this blueprints here. We'll set these ones again. It's a thing of beauty. Right, crane part 2. So that can come to here like that. We just need to bring that along, raise it up. Oh no, don't do this to me, please. If you collide with those things, it drops you out the sky and drops the blueprint. So that's going to go on there. We're then going to put the other blueprint part 1, which is the main beast. Bring that up. Perfect. And again the end, this time that way round. Just raise it up. It's looking good. Half notch, yeah. And there we go. Now what's super cool about this, you see, is we've got this piece here which gives us the reference point for the steel work. And all we need to do is just put every so often a few of those through on every beam pretty much to show that it's holding it, and that's all we need to do. They got a logo and sign and number and stuff and bits and bobs on there, so we could do something about that. Say like up here we could it's got a number as well, so let's call it well, the number on here is HC90. Why it's called that, I don't know. Again, limitations of the game, but it's just black text on the color of the thing, which we can't obviously do. Something like that. Let's see, 90, yep, that's cool. And then they have, on their one, they have a logo up above it, or next to it, and then a number. So they have like a 2 meter square logo here. If we actually align this a little bit better, we could do that. Take that one out. Logo wise, well, we could do the old fix it sign, and we'll need to do black writing, and then the lines there like that. Maybe we can go to layout. Let's have a little look. That one's better. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, we need to turn that off, otherwise it goes a ghastly yellow. Fix it. Actually, what we could do, hey. Square sign, 2 meter. So I'm just having a little think here what we can do, because what we actually need to do is Control C, Control V maybe there. If we can, we maybe need to have a different sort of logo here. What I was thinking here, I don't know whether this is going to be possible. I'm not very good with signs. It's one of my failings, and that should merge, but it doesn't quite. Okay, so let's select icon, monochrome, backgrounds, none, tick. It doesn't allow text though, I don't think, does it on this? Does it? Ah, yep, it does there. Okay. What I'm wondering is whether we can, it's not very big though, is it? Let's try that one. Why can we not adjust that? Background none. We should be able to change that, that's not right. That's very odd. That's background. Why can we not change that? Doesn't make any sense that you can just have a number 10 but nothing else. There we go. There's a glitch, another glitch has occurred. Okay, so what I want to do is put an I. I just want to see whether we can. I don't know how that's going to work. Let me just have a little look. We might have to nudge it out one. Yeah. Okay, so let's nudge it out one. Don't know why I'm doing this. This is silly. This is a slow way. Control C, Control V. Go in here. Put the F. Thank you. Seat. All right. That is the same as that, I think. Control C, Control V. Now, what I want to have a look at is the logo. Is the I with a tick on it. Now, can we do that? The I with a tick, and I don't think we can. Background. Backgrounds are you? Maybe. Okay. It's not going to be quite the same, but it sort of is, but isn't. What if we did that white? No, wrong one. Control C, Control V, and this one goes white. And that's T. It sort of works. Sort of works. There we go. And then the thing that they have under here, which we'll just stick in. Most of this is going to be just blank. Sort of like that. And then we can have down here text 800 What can we have? Let's think about this. See if I can copy an actual number up there or something cheeky. Might not be able to. There's a few other things, details I need to stick in on this as well. I'm just going to make something up here for the minute. Select colors. It's this one here needs to be black, I think. Yeah. Oh, wrong way. That way. This is a 100 ton. Is that going to be too big, the lettering? Oh, it is as well. Okay, so what we'll need to do, let's do 10, maybe, or maybe 1, probably better. And then we can go 0. Is it going to let us do a 0? It is. Like that. That's your 100. And then you come in here. And this icon, I don't know whether it's going to... Okay, it is going to let us do it. Okay. Ding. Tom. And then again, we'll take that little one that goes in here. It just writes ton. And then up here we have one of these ones like that. And in here we just put capacity. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what's on one of the real cranes on the footage that I've got. I don't think that's too bad for Satisfactory limitations. We've got a pretty good Foundry going. A lot of work to be done. Rightio, well, I think that's for today is going to be enough. I'm pretty knackered after that stream. It's been a long ride, but we've done well. We've got the crane done. We got a lot of this stuff done along here. We started to lay out the floor as well, and hopefully you've all enjoyed that process. We've yet to do the beams, the runner beam here for the actual gantry. We'll take those all along. I've got to put the signs on the other side as well of this so that it's visible from both sides. And obviously all the floors got to be finished off. Then we've got all the detail to put in. We've got to get it actually operational. So there's tons and tons of work here, but hopefully over this week, my goal is by the end of this week um, to try and have the Foundry at least operational to some degree. To some degree, that is the goal. It won't be fully because I won't be putting mines out across the map, but we will at least try and get as many of the iron nodes in this immediate area. We'll try and get them lined in and coming in underneath and processing. We've got a pure down here for a start, which is 1200, so that's cool. And there's going to be others locally here. So in fact, if we just do an iron scan for a second. Ping, 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 ping. So there's a pure there, normal, and a normal. So just in that immediate little vicinity, we've got 4 here that we can pull in and start using and getting into the foundry basically and making ingots. So that's going to be the goal by the end of the week. All being well, all being well. Then we can finish all the details off. But at this stage, it'll just get things operating, and we'll start to see whether how it's going to function. But I'm pretty pleased with that. It's not been a bad day's work, to be honest, getting all that done. But I am now sconced. I am exhausted. So thank you very much for watching and popping in, and those that have commented over the time I've been on today, which has been quite a reasonable length of time. Thank you for contributing in, and for those popping in and lurking in the background too, you're welcome. And any questions, don't forget to go. I'll always ask in chat, even if it's on the video after it's been up on YouTube, even if it's after live stream. Always drop a question in if you've got one. And don't forget to do the usual rubbish, like and subscribe and all that. And thank you to those that have subscribed recently. I've had a few more people joining on since they've been seeing my builds, both the organic map and this one. So that's been nice to see. So we appreciate it. But from me, it's going to be a goodbye and have a good week. And because I am knackered.